Alright, this time you're unmuted. I'm making sure to check I won't make the same mistake more than once. Except for the time in the future where I will probably make the mistake again. Oh, I forgot I was in the middle of... Oh yeah, I was gonna do something cool. I was gonna attempt something cool. I probably won't be able to do it, actually. Not at my skill level. I don't know how close to the ground. Oh. There's a wall. Oh, there's something. It's literally pitch black. This never gets less horrifying. Screw it. Actually, I'll keep it. Alright, I'm here to get a thing. I'm not gonna spoil what it is yet. Until I find out that I'm not good enough to get it, and then I'll give up. There's a light route. That is... Oh. There's one. I'm here to fight in a coliseum and lose. Oh yeah, I did do some stuff out of order last time. Which again, is still probably my biggest complaint with this game. So it was like, oh, you could do things in whatever order you want, so much freedom, but then there's like an objectively better way to experience the sequence of story events. And if you do it your own way, you're just objectively gonna have a worse. Kinda reminds me of the gym order in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Where it's like, yeah, you can do it in any order, but it is worse if you do. So why would you? I would literally just recommend anyone just look up the order of things. And I even did, and I still didn't read it well enough and messed up and did some stuff out of order, and it kind of lessened the impact. Matter of fact, there's an entire mini side dungeon that I missed that kind of like leads you to like kind of inform you of how to get the Master Sword. And since I already kind of gathered what to do, I went there anyway, and I missed the entire mini side dungeon, which has its own cutscene and everything that now is locked. I mean, I can go back and do it, but and I will, but like it's just not great design in my opinion. Alright, here's the Colosseum. I'm ready to lose many times. It'll be worth it, maybe. I'm gonna regret this. I haven't done one of these before. Maybe it'll be easier than I think. It'll probably be harder than I think. That's easy. I got my teammates with me. Oh, that's pathetically. Come on. It'll get harder. I don't even want to waste my sword health on you. Yeah, now it starts ramping up. Still not that bad. No, I forgot they do gloom damage. I'm screwed. I mean, honestly, I could beat the game this stream, but I don't really want to risk how long that would take. And also, you're here in spoilers. But I'll just do it next time. Which means that'll be a fairly short stream, probably. And this will be a fairly short stream. I think I almost won this, actually. I think there's one around after that. Perish. Yep. It's as good as mine. Ouch. Oof. Never mind, someone is blowing me up. Sitting there. Yes, give it to me. Wait, oh, someone's still alive. Thanks. That was easier than I thought it'd be. Yes. Give me it. Yeah. I got business element. Yeah. Worth it. I kind of want this. I had to go do like 2 or 3 other side quests to even get here, but it was all worth it. For the Bidna. So we got our hair. Is this Link's hair now? No, it's probably just on top. I can't tell. Neat though. This one was pretty easy, but I heard getting Majora's Mask is like absolutely brutal. So I'll do that some other time. Shoot. Oh, these are strong ones. Let's just take their stuff and run. Fight each other. Kill each other. Not me. Well, that's all I wanted. I'm out of here now. Ow, don't hit me with rocks. Just got a few things on my bucket list before I do the finale. I wonder what clothes pair well with this. Eh. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I got the Midna cosplay.
Nice.
So these other clothes aren't Midna related, but they look close enough to some kind of Zant-esque. I don't know, it's got the danglies.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was Wolf Link amiibo exclusive. Breath of the Wild.
No, it wasn't. It was DLC.
Oh, either way, I didn't get it because I didn't get the DLC.
Wolf Link only gives you Wolf Link. I don't think it gives you any items.
No, he's not even in this game. They just took him out entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I
yeah, well,
believe if you scan them, you can still get the Twilight Princess Sail Glider, and then you also just get a bunch of meat.
yeah, it is given a unique. Yeah, I went to the Shrine of Resurrection last stream, and it was just kind of a regular cave. It was kind of disappointing, to be honest. It wasn't even like the same from Breath of the Wild. It was just like a natural regular cave, and I was like, what? I wanted that nostalgia.
That's how I felt in Legends Arceus.
When In general?
No, when you go to where Ekritit would be, um,
Um,
and they just have like these statues of like Dialga and Palkia, but they don't have they don't have this. They have the Celestic ruins and not the Celestica. Oh wait, other way around. They have the Celestica ruins, but like they put that instead of just recreating the Celestic ruins. And I don't know. It's just like when you play the original game, the Celestic ruins feel like they've been there forever.
No.
But like knowing they were made like within the 200-year span of Arceus and Diamond and Pearl, it's like I don't like that.
maybe they just forgot. I already kind of looked up to do this a long time ago.
Why would they forget and then give it the same name in like the same location?
Maybe they had like a Google Doc of a bunch of names from the original games. And they're like, okay, we gotta throw these around places.
No, it's like clearly
Make the
based on the
map
Celestic
match.
ruins. It's just not. It's weird. It's where like all the statues of Dialga and Palkia are. I did like that they recreated the caves, but like the idea that Legends Arceus is any sort of like Diamond Pearl remake is just not.
What does that mean?
People are like, Brilliant Diamond Shiny Pearl like remade the games, but Legends
How?
Arceus is the remake of the game
How? Does that
because
mean?
like it means Sinnoh is there, but like so much of Sinnoh is like not recreated based on the games that it's like no, it's not like
Oh, that was insta death. Yeah, it wasn't very Sinnoh.
mhm. It kind of was.
You got the mountain Jubilife, which was just kind of in name and song only.
Yeah, especially because like where Jubilife is actually where Canaclave.
Yeah, well, it's also not the same layout either, so
hmm
it's not like that turned into Jubilife. I guess they kept the name or they moved the whole town. I don't know.
I think it's like Old York and New York.
What, they renamed it to Canaclave?
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't work. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Why are you so fast?
Spear Pillar was there. You
Why are
got the
you so
sunny side
fast?
on the east with the beaches.
The layout's the same, yeah, but like,
hmm
there's really only one town. They were the two different settlements, but those had nothing to do with it.
hmm the thing where I stand is I'm fine with there being one town, but I wish they just like one for one remade a bunch more than they did. Like I get it's gonna be different. It's in 3D and there's like no towns, but like the Celestia Caves is just the biggest offender. Where it's like, why couldn't you just put a cave here? Wait, can you even cut
That's not
logs
gonna
like
work.
that?
I don't know. There's a, I mean, it's a sword with a box attached, so wouldn't the sharp part of the sword hit it? Screw it. Boomerang time. Oh, that actually worked. Oh. Caught me off guard. I'm gonna die now. I fixed a whole bunch of food because I ate it all last time. I'm clearly not fixing enough. These things don't heal much hearts. Wait, where'd my boomerang go? I want it back. Oh, there it is. Did I just recall the boomerang back through him? I pretty much already know what to do in this side quest. Pretty sure. Tell me what to do. Yeah, it's kind of like the whole tutorial section. I think these are the same places as the 4 shrines you're told to go to. Also, what happened to all the towers? What happened to all the Sheikah towers that, the whole Smash stage and everything just all gone? They topple over or something? Where's the continuity?
Where's the beef?
The beat. Oh. They do have Xanth's helmet too. But like, what amiibo did they even come from? Or, that was also just DLC, wasn't it? It was no Xanth amiibo. No Ravu amiibo either, I guess. Um, I probably just put this here because of this one. Really? Oh wait. There's kind of something behind the water. I always check. I have never not checked in a game. I don't even need to be here. That's dumb of me. I don't know why whenever they're naming locations in the map of this game, it's always like previous names of people or things, but like slightly misspelled. I don't know why that bothers me. Like there's a place on an island called, it's like Koholint.
I was muted for way too long. Sorry.
Oh, you muted yourself? It wasn't me that time. It
Yeah.
wasn't me.
When was the last time I said something?
Um, um, wasn't that long ago.
Okay. I was just saying that's how real places are often named.
I guess. There's a place that's like Koholint Island, except it's Koholit, like without the N.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a Makar place that's misspelled. I know it's on purpose, but what am I even doing?
Or is it?
I just know you misspell that many things, that many times. It's like literally all. What am I even creating? What have I created? What hath science wrought? How did that solve any? What? This is the weirdest puzzle I've come across. It's not even a puzzle. I could have just put the Q in the water. Why is electricity? I'm confused. I don't know.
Electric in the water.
I get a little ice cube.
I don't know. It looks like a fairly large ice cube.
Make it smaller.
It's like the size of Link's head. A little bit bigger, actually.
Dang it. Okay, maybe I can't get it much smaller, actually. No, it just dissolves. If it gets much smaller. But now I can't even grab it. What? There we go. Wait, what am I doing with it? Sploosh. Oh, it just zapped. Dissolved. What am I doing?
Maybe there's a way to, like, turn off the fan, the fire? Yeah. Oh.
Does that cube still exist? Oh, it does. It's just in the water. Into the lava you go. Oh, I forgot that makes platforms. Sploosh.
There's 2 of them.
It's getting out of hand. Ah, I got too many shields. Oh. Nope, still. Huh.
Oh wait, can you take it out of the water and just climb?
I would. What do you mean? It gets zapped.
Wait, if you take it all the way out of the water?
I can't leave it floating.
No.
Oh, wood wouldn't conduct electricity, right? Then again, I don't know why the stone does.
That works too.
Good enough. Screw it.
I don't think it was good enough. Oh, I guess it was.
Oh, wait. Wait, I got this. Ow. Ow. No! No!
Oof. Can you undo it?
No. I'm stuck up here because I can't reach those ones.
Can you glide?
Well, no, I mean, I can get back down, but then I'm not gonna be able to get back up
Oh.
without redoing the... Dang it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh, did the box respawn?
The wood one, it'd be way back over there. I'd have to... I'm lazy. Let me go see if I can do this without it. Whoa, you can see him swim through the ice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before you grabbed the wood box.
I don't think this time. I mean, whatever works. And knock it over just for fun. Most of the shrines in this game are pretty good. Again, though, it feels like there's like 50 different ways to solve, like, all of them. I don't know where other people heard this from, but I've heard from other people that most of the abilities in this game literally came from, like, their debugging while making it. Like, having movement abilities, like being able to, like, just kind of, like, you know, swim through ceilings and stuff was, like, stuff they were using in debug, and they're like, what if we just let the player do this? just swim through the ceiling, why not? I want to say this. I mean, this might be a pretty hot take. I don't want to be destroyed for this take, but Zelda games in general don't have like, it's not usually like the most in-depth story. But this one might be my favorite. But also, having said that, I haven't played Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword or Majora's Mask. But this one's pretty good. If only they more clearly conveyed the correct order of the cutscenes.
Today I was thinking
I mean,
about
I
how I
did it in
should
the right
make
order.
a video essay about how Link to the Past and Link's Awakening affects each other.
How do they affect each other?
You'll have to watch the video that may or may not ever get made.
It.
I think it's interesting stuff to the point where it, like, actively makes me slightly appreciate A Link to the Past slightly more.
What if it was the Link from Zelda 2? How
But
much
it's
different
not.
would it be? No, but I mean, like, would that change anything?
I have not played Zelda 2. But yeah, yes, it would.
I would ask how, but you're probably not gonna answer.
I just think he's neat. Points out A Link to the Past Link.
He is one of the two furry ones. Actually, there's probably more.
Yeah, there's probably more.
Of all the masks he wears in Majora's Mask, none of them are. Goron's not fur. Deku can't describe that as fur. Zora not fur.
He literally has a rhythm on mask.
I know he's got like the little fox, but doesn't that one not? That's not transformation, is it?
Neither are fursuits.
I mean, it's just like he has that. You can wear that in Ocarina of Time, pretty sure.
Also Bunny Hood.
Yeah. Does that even speed you up in Majora's Mask?
It does.
Because in Ocarina of Time, it
Yeah,
doesn't. You just give it to like the postman, and he starts running
it's
fast.
just for a side quest. But no, in Majora's Mask it's really helpful because it makes you faster and you're on a timer. It's probably like the most helpful non-transformation mask.
It's really a mask. It's got hood in the name. It's a bunny hood.
Yeah.
What is that in here?
Death Mountain. Just kidding.
Death Mountain locked in this ice cube?
Oh, I thought you meant down the hole.
No. I'm melting it just by standing here with this sword. What? What are you?
Yeah, I would do.
What the heck? Oh, it's one of the things I need.
Oh, okay.
Sayonara.
Did you actually need that?
Oops! I meant to dive. I really like that sword. Where'd it go? No, I liked that sword. I pressed the dive button and I could throw weapons midair. Did it get
When
stuck?
was your last autosave?
Did it get stuck somewhere? I didn't see it fall down here.
You might want to check your last autosave.
This place is like a space elevator. It's so... I don't wanna save scum. I'm gonna see if it's down. Oh my gosh, why is this so... Why does this feel so much farther than the ones? Looking for my sword. Looking for my sword. I don't see it.
It might be on that thing up there you just passed.
Like above me?
Yeah, there's like a platform up there.
Nope. I threw it away. That's good enough. I'll save scum. Because I'm scum. That's 79 shrines? That's like a little over half, I think. Jeez. I did way more than that. Alright, just gotta melt it again. Oh, I can just stand here with it on my back. Alright, down you go. Where's the bit? There we go. I have way too many pose. I do not need this many pose. 1,341. Where do I even take this? Ouch. Rocks at me. Where do I take this? Huh. Here? Beneath the Temple of Time. So right here.
So, if
Here.
Illumination does do the Zelda movie, right?
Yeah.
What do you think the 7 pop songs will be?
Yeah, I've been seeing what you mean about that. It's almost like about them playing and holding up for a hero in the final fight.
Yeah.
Which is just funnier considering they already did it in the Mario movie. I could just see this
Yeah.
again. It just
Except for in
becomes
the
like
Mario
a
movie, it was
tradition.
like a joke that they were playing it.
What was it?
Yeah, it was like during Mario's like training montage where he kept like falling off and getting hit.
No, it's not really a joke. You made it sound like it's like ironic.
Well, it was it was ironic because he was
I mean,
off
it
and
wasn't like,
he
oh
was
shoot.
getting.
Oh. What did I just do?
I just meant like compared to how you were how what you were describing with like you know Final Battle Trek 2 sort of thing.
I think I've seen a Shrek movie. No, I do know that song, please. I don't need to have seen the movie to know that. I don't even know what, like, it would be based on, though.
I don't think it would be
It wouldn't be based.
on any one specific game. I don't think they'll do an adaptation.
I think it would be, no, I mean, like, well, you have to.
I think it
Of,
will
like,
go at the end of the child timeline.
it's canon.
Yeah.
Like, you have to do, like, something. Like, are you gonna have Ganondorf? Are you gonna have regular Ganon? Are you gonna do a whole
Yeah. It's just gonna
Calamity
be
Ganon
like,
thing? Or are you gonna have CDI? Are they gonna stuff him in the book?
no,
Not in the pit, it burns.
I think it will be like how like the Mario movie wasn't really an adaptation. It was just kind of like
If
Mario.
if you were to tie it closely to any one game, though, it'd just kind of be like the first one.
Would it?
Yeah, that's the closest. What other one would it be closest to? Neat tunnel.
I don't see how it has any more or less than like new Super Mario Bros.
Well, that's got Bowser Jr. and Dry Bowser. Mario 3's got the Kooplings. Mario 2 obviously has got a whole dream thing
Mario
going on.
1
It's
didn't
pretty
have
different.
Spinies and Shy Guys. Oh wait, no, it did have Spinies.
It didn't have Luigi either. Well, wait, yes it
Yeah,
did. So, yeah, it's really the only difference is some of the enemies. Of course, they're gonna throw in newer stuff. They had a... One of the places they went to
Mario
was
1
the...
didn't have Mario's parents or New York.
No, that Mario 1, like, carries on from the Can of the Arcade game where they like, get... Or no, was it only the show where they get sucked with the pipe?
Yeah.
Supposedly,
that's
the
only
original
show.
concept, I think it was Miyamoto talking about, the original story for Mario 1 is that they got transported there or something. Like, they laid out some weird, vague timeline of how it connects the arcade games in Donkey Kong and Wrecking Crew and all that. So that's kind of what they were piecing together with the movie. But I was saying if you were to put it to any one game, it'd be the first one.
I was gonna say how they should have done something with like the stork for like a gag because how much they could sell Baby Mario merch, which just seems like something Illumination will do. But then I remember that they did put Baby Mario briefly into the movie.
Yeah.
Just not in the context of Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island or whatever.
Now you're thinking of Super Mario Bros. Advance 3 Yoshi's Island. Or was that 2?
I think that was 2.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No.
I could be wrong.
Did it despawn? Did I misplace it? No. No, where'd it go? I'm gonna have to go back in the VOD. I need to check my stream. See where I left it. It's probably around here.
Why couldn't it be based on Mario Land? Sorry, 3D Land.
What's it to say?
There's a lot of reason why it wouldn't be Land. No, 3D Land.
Well, guess it despawned, so that's cool. I thought things didn't usually despawn. I had to start over? Why? Why would they do that? That makes me sad. And it's so far away that at this point I might as well reload the save again, because... Well, there's 10 minutes I'm not getting back. But, I mean, it's clearly following on from the arcade games, even though Donkey Kong, I guess, never happened. But you got Wrecking Crew, all that. But, like, what would they do for Zelda?
No, all that wouldn't be
You
until
gotta-
a few decades later.
You gotta have Ganondorf, because if it's just Pig Ganon... Well, Pig Ganon speaks, I guess, right?
Yeah. Unless they have, like, a Yuga guy, or Agnon.
They have to make... They're gonna make Link talk, because these are the
Mhm.
same people that made Chris Pratt Mario. Of course they're gonna make Link speak. They gotta have someone famous playing him, you know? Tom Holland or
Tom
something.
Holland.
Yeah. It's always Tom. That's a very popular joke. It's always Tom.
I've never thought about voice casts for Link.
I'm pretty sure you've heard that joke before.
Nah.
But would it be British Tom Holland or American Tom Holland?
No, I think young Link will be played by American Tom Holland, and adult
I
Link
think it's British.
will be Yuri Lowenthal.
Becomes adult Link and he's like, "Stand back, guys! I'm about to get British." Gonna put this sword in the Temple of Time and become British. Nope. Wait. Come back. Nope. This is so dumb. Come back. Like I hit once. Is it still here to despawn? Because it seems to keep... There we go. Go, 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 go. It's like a Disneyland ride.
I'm fine with voice Link.
Sure is
They just
boring
have
around
to
here.
make him...
Wonder what Ganon's up to.
Okay, this is a bad example because he isn't voiced, but he is in the literary sense. He has the voice and personality, but like I think it works in like a lot of the Himekawa manga.
Yes, but imagine him speaking with an English voice. Who would voice him? And how bad would it be? We've already seen it twice. It wasn't good either time.
It's so cool.
It's Chris Pratt again.
It's good old Crispy.
They keep making Nintendo movie adaptations with just Chris Pratt every time.
Oh, I was actually talking about Chris Pine.
Who?
Chris Pine.
Oh, Chris Pine.
Pine. Yeah.
And then F-Zero with Captain Falcon voiced by
Because
Chris
Ganondorf
Hemsworth.
will be voiced by Chris Pratt.
And then Captain Falcon voiced by Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
And then Star Fox voiced by Chris Evans. And every time Miyamoto just says Chris on it, so cool. And you get the Smash Bros movie with the the Chris's, the Chris crossover. The Chris cross! The Chris cross! The Chris crossover. Across the Chrisovers. Am I even going the right way? Yes, I am.
And Rob won't be voiced by somebody. He will just do beep boop robot noises. But he will be joined by the scientist from Gyromite and Stack Up, who will be Christopher. Oh, his
He's
name was just in my mind.
Lee. He's not alive anymore.
Not Lee.
Lloyd?
No. Lloyd, yeah, Christopher Lloyd.
No, that's Dr. Wawi. Dr. I gotta get Dr. Wawi.
Mm-hmm.
Or would it be Dr. Light? Bull, he just plays Bull. Do you think, with how well the Mario movie's doing, do you think it's gonna start some kind of renaissance like that? They can do a Mega Man animated movie.
No.
They can do a Sonic movie. I'm joking. They should. They should do a Sonic animated movie.
Actually, Sonic the Hedgehog, quote unquote, the movie was actually a two-episode OVA.
Under it the whole time. I'd be down for a Sonic animated movie. Also, what the heck is going on with Sonic nowadays? It was in like a drought, and now it's like possibly the most content. Well, no, that's not true. Used to be you get a bunch of, back when I was like Sonic Advance and Advance 2 and Heroes and everything was like a year apart. There was more content then, but after such a long like
50
drought.
million Archie comics and spin-offs.
Yeah, there was in Sonic X whole anime adaptation. There was a bunch of stuff going on.
And Underground.
But that was quite a while before. I'm talking about like.
Wasn't that around this when Sonic X started?
Sonic Underground? Triplets Born?
The Throne awaits.
Are you joking? We're not at all, not at all near each other. Well, I mean, okay. In terms of time, all that stuff was closer together than they are now.
Like 3 years apart.
But is the 90? Well, if you want to get like, it's 99.
Oh, sorry, 4 years apart. I'm bad at math.
Yeah, 99 and 2003. Which again, if you want to get technical, that's definitely closer than any of that is now, because that's like 20 years ago. But but like I wouldn't say that's very close together.
Like it's way closer than like Prime and Boom.
Yeah, it is, but I don't want to think about that. So don't say that. Because in my mind, Boom like just came out.
Part of that is probably just because you haven't seen it.
I saw quite a bit of it.
Oh, okay. I thought you only saw a couple episodes.
I've probably seen a dozen or so. I don't even know how many there are actually. 40 or something. Probably no more than 40. What's so great about this plateau? Oh, that just exploded. That was pretty great, I guess. I want to find out if I can get rid of that storm, because I don't like it blocking my map. Oh! I hit a wall. Oh, that's brutal to watch. It's a lifeless body just flops. Well, I don't know why that chasm's so tiny. I'm gonna blame the chasm. Dang it. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about the $60 for superstars.
I'm just gonna wait until that game comes out because I am worried about
The
them not
physics.
using Mania. Yeah.
People have already, you know, the Sonic fan, people have already been dissecting it, and it looks like it uses essentially the exact same engine as Mania, or like
Oh,
physics. I
huh.
saw someone saying the same engine, which I don't know if that's possible. I don't know enough about game design to know if you can, if the same engine from 2D to 3D can just translate like that. It's not the same team though, I don't think. That stuff gets kind of messy. Um, but like it's only local co-op. So if you want to play with it online, like if I was gonna play with you,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta do like remote play or parsec or something.
Remember back when Sonic Forces was $40?
Wait, sorry, wait, what?
Forces?
Was how much?
Was it 40 or 50?
It was 40.
That's what I said, 40.
Ah, shoot, I didn't toss the I in here. What am I doing? I'm not thinking. Yeah, it was 40. I got it. I got it day one. I walked into a GameStop or wherever and exchanged real money for a real disc for that. I remember not being that disappointed in the moment. Although I do remember being like I finished it in like one day and I was like, huh, kind of short. Now you can get it for like 10. But this didn't do very well. If a game's gonna do well like Frontiers, I don't know when Frontiers is gonna get like a significant price drop. I think it already has kind of. Let me check. Or not price drop, but sale. But like obviously if it sells well enough, it's not gonna, they're not gonna give it huge sales like that. On Steam it has only ever dropped 30%, so $42 instead of 50. It's only ever been $8 off. Which isn't that much. But it's also only a little over half a year old. I don't want to think about that either. I feel like that just came out. What is going on here? Where's the eye? I guess they're not all gonna be that easy. It's way up here. Oh, it was under this. I think. Yepers. You're coming with me. But it does visually look pretty nice. I think it's like the best looking classic Sonic model. I definitely like saw people's complaints. I'm not even that picky about. Oh, my game froze. That was weird. I know Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom do that for some reason. When they need to load things, the whole game will just freeze sometimes. It happens a lot in like speedruns and stuff when they're flying across the map and the game just like freezes. There's a lot of discussion about the price point. Everyone's like 2D, just because it's 2D doesn't mean it's lesser, doesn't mean it shouldn't be 6D. And like, I agree, but also, if you're comparing it to their to their previous games, Mania was like 20, and that is like insane. If this game is like, I don't think this game's gonna be 3 times as good as Mania. I kind of feel like it's, you know, gonna be your standard length, probably 7 zones, which on actually would be shorter than Mania, so maybe not. But I don't know. You gotta like justify that price to me, and 4-player co-op's not gonna do it because that's only local. So that's not gonna justify it much for me. And it said fall too, which is not that far away. Shoot. Then we get first 3D Fang since Fighters, I guess. And then some new character designed by Shima. What was I doing? Batteries. That's how I was doing. T. Lopes is composed. Well, it wasn't confirmed, but he's been tweeting things. It's pretty obvious. Hose is way down my plane. Also, where am I going? So, wait, is it underground? Getting kind of confused. I mean, that's where I was earlier. So, I guess... They need to make a Star Fox movie, get the public re-interested in Star Fox, make it popular enough to make another game, coping. I have incredibly unrealistic expectations. It's just in here. Oh, that whole time. Maybe I was here before? I don't remember. But yeah, it's just weird to have been in such a long Sonic drought and then all this stuff dropping. 2 movies, a show, a spin-off show of the movies, new 3D game, new 2D game. Comics have been going the whole time.
Do you mean like when we got Sonic 3D World Wii U and 3DS right next to Boom and
Sonic
the two Boom
3D World.
Not 3D World. Lost World. 3DS.
Also for comparison, it's so long ago that those things might seem close together. Those were 3 years apart.
Oh,
Sonic Boom came out 3 years after Lost World.
never mind.
I think. Wait. No, it didn't, because 2016 was. No. You're right. Because,
Yeah.
yeah, Sonic Boom was not 2016. That was 2014. I am the one that is wrong.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the um drought of content for the past like
I know
5 years.
it was a joke.
Like after Forces came out, it was 2 years after Forces. You got Team Sonic Racing,
Hmm.
and there's nothing for so long, and then Boom movie. Well, not Boom. I meant Boom as in the sound effect, not like Sonic Boom. It's just a Bam. Not Sonic Jam, Sonic Bam. It was like Bam 2 movies show, spin-off show from movie. New 3D game, new 2D game. Big resurgence. It's almost like too much. Kind of want them to slow down. Don't get the money for that kind of stuff. I didn't even get Origins. I didn't get Colors Ultimate, although I don't want Colors Ultimate. I do want Origins. Not they got Amy. But at this rate, I'll probably end up getting Superstars before Origins. Still give that 60 though. But yeah, people are saying like, you know, Metroid Dread's a 2D game and it's 60, and it's like, I don't feel like it's necessarily about it being 2D.
Hmm.
It's
I
about
do
like,
think Sonic Super Stars will be like way better, but
better than what?
when I first saw the art style, it kind of reminded me of like a more well executed version of the art style in that one Ruby game they did last year. Well, like it looks like an HD like remake of a 3DS game.
Oh, hello again. My Switch is suffering. I mean, again, the only Sonic game that's been $60 in the past, um, almost 15 years. For some reason, it's actually kind of hard to find sources on this stuff.
Hmm.
Pretty sure Generations was 50, Lost World was 50, Forza's was 40, Mini was 20, Frontiers was 60. But then, like, to also have this one be 60, it's like, I mean, I guess they're back, but at what cost? $60 is the cost, I guess.
When are we gonna get the Sonic Pogs?
The Sonic Pogs, like the collectible.
Yeah, so he can be back in Pog form.
What's that from?
Simpsons.
Uh,
Remember Alf? Well, now he's back in Pog
in Pog
form.
form. They were probably Sonic Pog. Wait,
And it's funny because I know Pogs are like
Does it look like that's where
long
that's
after Elf, but my brain like can't comprehend that for whatever reason.
I look up Sonic Pogs and now but these ones look official.
It's like
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are official. There's like Princess Sally and so Sonic is back in Pog form in 1995. Oh, it hurts my brain so bad actually to think about how close together like Adventure era and Sonic X stuff is to the old stuff. Like not just Sonic Underground, like Sonic 3, like 1995 is less than 10 years later was Sonic Heroes. Like what? Meanwhile, 10 years ago was Sonic Lost World. Like that's insane. That Sonic 3 and Heroes were less than 10. That was like 9 years apart.
oh, I guess Elf
8
was
years
later
apart,
than I
actually.
thought it was.
Alpha was
86 to 90.
yeah, I would have guessed somewhere around the early 90s.
I don't know why I thought it was like primarily a show from the 70s.
Nah, I didn't assume
Never
that.
mind.
I have not seen it though.
I feel like I've seen one episode as a kid, but I could be wrong.
Alright, where am I going? Where am I dropping? Right there, I think. Yep. So, I guess less than a year before people start begging for a Persona 4 remake. Which I don't even really feel like is that necessary. What am I doing? I did it again. Can I climb these? There's no way. No, I can't climb that. I did it again. I'm so dumb. Gotta throw an eye in there first.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Persona 5 remake imminent. But they already used the R for royal, so they'll have to make some different letter. In 20 years. Alright, where's the eye? Oh, I see it already. Tulin, move. No, not to the pit. Burns. Oh, every time. It's gotta load. Alright, last eye. Time to Lego Racers this. I feel like if I made a plane, it wouldn't be able to turn fast enough. But it is easier to make than this thing. I think I just do this and not bother the axles. But what am I doing? Why not a rocket? That's not a rocket. I don't really think I need a fan, but why not? Don't need a light either, because it's all lit up already. You will need your license plate. Make me ascend through the. There we go. Oh. What? Oh, how long has it been frozen here? I don't think it's happened before. It must have been frozen for a while. If I deactivate, reactive, ooh, is not coming back. Um, shoot. And it just dropped. Oh, well, it's back. I just threw the eye into the pit and then dove in after it and then built a car. Not much. Oh, it's so much louder. It's because it's being picked up by me. Okay, there we go. These tires, don't be a moving. There we go. Mayhaps. No. So they do have to be on an axle, I guess. Sure, whatever. You think I would have figured this out by this point? Come on. Whatever works. Kind of messy, but and now there's buffering, but can't do much about that. Shoot, I thought I had space. At least I can still back up despite the giant fan. Grand Poe. Where's the entrance to this place? I keep forgetting. Pretty sure this whole stream buffer frame drop thing happens around the same time every night too. It's kind of weird. Monster truck. Is this the right way? No, turn. Yeah, this is the right way. Question mark.
I'm back.
Alright. There we go. Long quest. What's my reward? Oops.
So, in the last 7 months, you have finished Link's Awakening.
In the last 7 months, I think I beat Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 and Link to the Past and Link's Awakening and Ocarina of Time.
But more importantly, you've beat Link's Awakening.
No, I beat Link's Awakening DX.
DX. Let me finish my sentence. Oh, is this spoiler stuff?
No,
Okay.
it's a side quest. Oh, I didn't know I get to. I'll take a heart. Yippee! I didn't know I would get that. I'll take it. I guess I was worth it. I guess 22 hearts?
Do you
Was that
remember?
it?
Do you remember the Itoki Hana
Oh, there's
and
more.
Toby Fox song, "Skies Forever Blue" they put out a few months ago?
Yeah. I do.
Well, now I can tell you that that's like Marin probably.
Well,
There is one shot in that, which is very similar to a shot in Link's Awakening.
at least this outfit's cool, but unfortunately it is weaker than the Midna helmet I just got, so I mean I can upgrade it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty cool I guess. I prefer the Midna.
The normal Link's Awakening sword is fine, but it would have been really cool if they had the seashell sword.
Normal Link's Awakening sword.
Yeah,
They have that?
it was at that shop you were just at.
No, that's the what do I get rid of? That's the Zelda 1 sword, which might be the same as the Awakening sword, I guess.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah. What if I throw this? Whoa.
Wait,
Well,
what is
now
it
I
called? Let me.
kind of don't want to get rid of it. Dang. They're all named. The sets are like named per game. And it's named after the. I don't know what weapon to drop. Guess I'll have to be this. Oh no. I'm fine. It's fine. Elevator. No. Leave. Stupid dumb animal. No. Don't come back. There we go. I could easily just get it back. I don't want it though. No, leave me. Here it is. Yeah, Sword of the Hero. Sword once wielded by a hero in an ancient age, when its grasp, a strange sense of nostalgia washes over you. Take it when going alone would otherwise be dangerous. Get it? They said the thing. It was the joke for the meme from the game from the thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that is a little different from the. Actually, it's kind of confusing.
See? Wait.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Yeah.
It's when you get from the old guy who's like, it's too dangerous to go alone. The shield is inaccurate, but they don't have the biblically accurate cross shield.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo wouldn't want that nowadays.
They should do a crossover with Bandai to give them the Gundam shield.
They can see with the Bible. They want that cross shield back. They should do a crossover with the Bible.
You know, they do have the rights to do some of that, but I think they would have to go directly to Kara,
Who? Undertale?
Studio Kara.
Oh.
No.
My brain.
Wait. Have I failed as a teacher?
Yeah, I guess so.
You don't know Studio Kara?
I've heard of them.
What
The
have you heard that they've
Gundam?
done?
Are you just
No,
making the
that's
same
Sunrise
joke about
and
the shield?
Bandai. No, Kara is.
She just high? The fairies H-A-I high you? Powerful.
Yeah, they're supposed. That's not correct. They're supposed to Heu.
H-E-Y?
Hey, listen.
That's the
Listen,
boring.
hey,
No.
hey.
They
listen.
like HAI. I can't. I don't know of any like. Can't think of any
Oh,
fictional
yeah.
characters off the top of my head that do that.
Sorry, I thought
Just like me for real.
my stream is a bit behind. I thought you were talking about the small fairies.
No,
I'm pretty sure they do that in the original Breath of the
I
Wild. I
don't.
could be wrong.
Oh. Yeah, maybe Breath of the Wild. Fairies who high versus fairies who hayless.
It's always funny seeing how different the great fairies are in these games.
Honestly, I can only think of two.
Sometimes they're just like a
The heck?
a big fairy.
I can think of the Ocarina of Time and I guess Majora's Mask. And these ones. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, in the classic games, they're just kind of like a stereotypical fairy. But even the smaller fairies kind of like that. I think. Do I really need to bother with most of this? Probably not gonna wear most of this.
Oh, I've never seen the one from the Wind Waker before.
Oh, yeah, there's a... Wait, you never played Wind Waker?
I've only played, like, to the end of Roost Island.
You've never seen... You probably saw him
What?
somewhere.
No, I've never seen this fairy before.
Never?
Nah.
No Super Smash trophy, no, like...
I don't think so, no. Is Fee supposed to look like this?
I don't know, I never played Skyward Sword.
The Great Fairy in Wind Waker just looks like Proto-Fee.
Yeah, kind of. I'm gonna be honest. I want to ask a Skyward Sword question, kind of, but it might be spoilers for this game. I don't think it is. There's a point where someone's talking about the Master Sword, and they mention it talking, and they refer to it as she. Like, you don't hear it talk, but they're like, oh, she's speaking to you, or she's calling to you, or something. I don't know if it's like a car, like calling a car she, or if they're referring to Fee. I don't know. I don't know how much anyone even knows about Fee. I would need to play Skyward Sword to. I don't know if that's like a. I don't even know if Fee still exists because.
Scene, so I can't say.
That's pretty much. I pretty much gave it all context. So essentially, if someone just said like, "Oh, she's calling out to you" or something. But again, that could be like a car. You'd be a car salesman, like, "Oh, this car right here, she's calling out. She wants you to buy her."
I was gonna say like the TARDIS, but then I remembered various episodes where the TARDIS is like person.
True. Wait, various. I only know one.
Oh, I might just be thinking of. I thought it happened like two or three times.
Maybe in the
I could
classics, but no, I actually don't think that would happen in the class. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a very classic thing to do. Like, see, there's the Minchie Woods up here. Just say Minish. You could just say Biddish. Again, the Minish are like supposed to be in this game. There's concept art of the Minish. I forget if you would shrink down with them or if they're just kind of there. Dang it, it's raining.
So are you familiar with the lores behind the Koroks and the Lost Children? I mean, not the Lost Children. The Shoot, it's on my.
Kokiri?
Yeah.
Don't they like turn into them?
I don't know. That's why I was asking.
I think it's like a Kingdom Hearts Dream Eater Keyblade War
Mhm.
thing. Although I thought that was not like a mistranslation, but like I thought that was misinterpreted. The Kingdom Hearts thing. I don't know about the.
Oh yeah, it was kind of misinterpreted. The Keyblade wielders did not become the the Dream Eaters. It's just the dead kids Dream Eaters like went on to other. I don't remember, something like that.
Maybe they like carried on their souls or memories or something, but weren't like reincarnated as them. I don't know.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. You feel the vibes, right? The strange vibes in the air all around here. The vibes. I feel the vibes. Another vibe feeler, he says.
I don't know how to feel about
Phew, another vibe feeler. Okay. Um, so when you play this game, I'm gonna need to tell you like the exact order of things, because I did this in the wrong order, and it kinda wish I did. Basically, you do a story thing, and they
that.
tell
Bold of
you
you to assume I would play a video game.
you do a story thing, and they tell you, hey, you should go here, and then you go to that place, like, hey, here's how you get the Master Sword. But since I already knew a couple spoilers, I didn't know when I was supposed to do either of those things, so I went and got the Master Sword like before both those things, and they did rewrite. There's like different dialogue where they're just like, "Oh, you already have it," so they don't even tell you to go here. I'm just going here because I want to. And there's a cutscene that I will miss out on if I don't.
Is the windfish Winkstian?
But is Dream Master? Oh, I'm burning. So many pose. I don't need them. I don't need them. I definitely don't need them. I need. Just dive after all of them. I'm gonna swim in these pose. I really don't need these. I regret this. I could have got more air time. More time in the air. Whoa. What are you doing out here? Eh? Yeah, I feel like this should be mandatory. But I guess you can just skip all of it. And again, a lot of people like that. They're like, oh, I like the non-linearity of it. Sure, it's good for like speedruns, but makes you miss out on stuff. Stuff that is like story relevant. The kind of stuff where you beat the game and then you'll see people talking online, you'll be like, what? That didn't happen in my game.
So, Sailor Moon the first Sailor Moon Cosmos movie comes out today.
The first.
There's gonna be two of them.
Uh,
And I just realized it has almost been a decade since Sailor Moon Crystal started.
oof. That felt like a more recent thing.
And also Sword Art Online Season 2, which aired on the same day. That was 9 years ago.
I guess that's one's more blue.
What?
So I guess that one's more believable. Wait, season 2? I don't know. I think Sword Art Online, I think like 2012 or 13, but I guess not.
That's when Season 1 was.
Oh, I thought you just said season 2 was.
I did say Season 2.
I thought you just said it was 10 years ago.
9 years ago.
Oh,
Almost 10
oh,
years.
oh, okay.
Season 1 was 2012.
You just said 13. I'm confused now.
July 2012 to December 23rd, 2012.
That would be 11 years, not 9.
No, Season 2 was
Or not 10. Oh,
2014.
my head.
2014
So they were
was 9
2 years
ago.
apart.
Yeah, between SAO Season 1 and 2, yes.
Whoa.
Dang, it really has been 3 years without any Sword Art Online anime.
How popular is that as a franchise?
It was like... For a few years, it was like the most popular anime, along with Attack on Titan,
Ever? Or like of the year?
of the decade.
Oof.
Like, if I go on Mal, right now, it's still like
In
the
the top
fifth...
10.
Has the 5th most amount of community members with it on their page.
Well, that just means they've seen it, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they had to like it.
It's above My Hero Academia.
In ratings or in people that have seen it?
And people who have seen it.
They could all be hate watchers.
Nah, it has a 7.2
Never mind.
average. There was a period in like 2014 where the score started to drop a bit. It used to be even higher. Currently, the most popular is Attack on Titan.
Okay, now I'm probably getting the spoilers, so don't tune in. I mean, still side story spoilers, but it's in the whole quest line thing I was talking about. This is ominous. I really don't know where they go from here with this series. Because if they keep doing open world, they'd have to.
Breath of the Wild 3.
No, they'd have to make a new map. There's no way they cannot reuse this again. But then it's like, what do you do? Like,
A Link to the Past
like,
remake. $60.
no, I mean like, what?
$60.
I mean, it probably would be Link's Awakening was,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean like mainline new ones. Because if you do open world again, like they keep saying they want to, then it's gotta be in a totally different place. You can't do Hyrule again. Gotta do something like Spirit Tracks. Well, wait, that's Hyrule, I guess, but it doesn't really. I don't know. I don't think you can make Termina that big. Well, they've made places like Skyloft and stuff. Guess you just make a new one, but I'd take even longer.
Actually,
Don't think it'd be on the Switch.
Spirit Tracks isn't in Hyrule, it is in New Hyrule.
They call it that?
Yeah.
Huh. Where? I don't remember that in the game. Instruction manual? I don't know. Whoa, how did that happen? Eh. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, that actually worked. Wait, no it didn't. I can't climb that. Oh. I love solving things in overly convoluted ways that probably don't need to be done. What on earth? Oh. That is weird. Yippee. Yep. I'm tired. I went and woke up to watch Jeff Keighley's summer jamboree. I don't remember half of it. It's about Nicolas Cage. He was there, then he got allergies. I mean, I imagine there has to be a Nintendo Direct, even though they just dropped a random, like, Pikmin 4 trailer and the 1-2 Switch sequel. If they start dropping much more, I'm just gonna assume there is no summer slash E3 slash Summer Games Fest Direct. But there's Mario Kart tracks to announce soon, probably. They gotta do that in the Direct. What if they announce Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity 2? The Age of More Calamity. Um. Why, yes, I am looking at it. Oh, what? Oh, I just didn't look for it now. That's why I'm glad I look things up sometimes. Oh, no. Shoot. Mash. Oy. I didn't mean to hurt myself. I am doing bad. I only mash so hard. Someone help. Okay. Well, my eyes trying to close themselves. These might be a better bet. I am a bad shot. Someone help? Dang it. things are brutal. I straight up done this there. Way too fast. So that one just standing still. Sorry, Tulin. Still drifting in and out of the waking world. And I forgot to eat. Oof. Ah, those were my bones. Ow.
One of the only things I know about professional baseball is the World Series.
What about it?
Did you know
Just
that, like,
that it exists.
America wins it every time?
I heard something about that.
You see, it's funny because it's called the World Series, but they only allow American teams.
Oh, I did not.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, keeper
And Canada,
of the Master Sword.
which is North American.
Your blade
But I'm not going to be one of
has
those
been
people who,
fully
you know.
restored. Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
Oh. No. I don't know if it's just the angle it's at, but it seems like every time I bump my laptop, the capture card disconnects. I don't want to start doing that. This thing was expensive. It's definitely because I bumped it though. Just ruined this cutscene. There we go.
Great Deku Tree! Thank you so much.
Ha ha ha. There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger. The Master Sword.
Welp. So tired I don't even know what I'm doing. I blanked. Almost happened again. Tell me where to go. That was weird. Controller wasn't working for a second.
Oh. Mhm. Um. Oh. Oh.
Bloody moon. It's the bloody moon.
Yup.
Why not another heart? Oh, I heard you still can't get fully even heart and stamina in this game.
Oof.
It has like a
Are you
bunch
sure
more.
about that?
It has like a bunch more shrines, so you can get closer than Breath of the Wild. But that's what I read. Is you can't. Sorry, you get the even. I meant you can't fill them both.
Mm-hmm. Well,
If you're
I was
trying to
watching someone play
gotcha me.
and they did.
Did they hack? Was that with like the duplication glitch?
That was in the first like 10 minutes of the game.
Oh, yeah, you start with it, which is funny because you can't even finish Breath of the Wild like that
Mm-hmm.
with full heart stamina.
I thought you could after the DLC, but I could be
I,
wrong.
I read even the DLC is on it.
Oh, never mind.
But depending on what kind of DLC this game gets, it might be enough. Not sure.
Maybe I should just wait for the DLC to play this game.
Maybe.
If it's anything like Breath of the Wild's DLC.
I imagine it would be. Wait. Can can Breath of the Wild's DLC be done during like a first playthrough?
Yeah, all of it is. And it just works better that way.
I guess I don't really know how it works.
It just, once you have to have done all the shrines.
All of them?
not shrines, divine beasts. I meant to say divine beasts. You have to have done all the divine beasts, not shrines. And then it just activates the quests.
That's not during a first play. I mean, I guess you can do it for the boss, but
Yeah. But like it doesn't feel like a sequel thing or a side thing. It just kind of feels like stuff that should have been in the game, I guess.
actually, I don't really know what they can do for. They can't really add a motorcycle because you can already build your own motorcycle.
They give it the zero gravity thing from Mario Kart.
This guy still doesn't want me up there. Oh my god. What the heck? Some gloom in a bird cage? How does that contain it? I guess I never went on this one. Oh my god. This one's huge. I should be maybe almost done with everything I want to do. Before I beat the game anyway. I'm don't think I'm gonna. Thank you for following. I'm Brandon94. Do you really need to go to that site to somehow turn my alerts down? What is... I don't think I've bought that before. That's not the... Oh wait, yeah, that's the Goma. That is. Shoot. I don't want to. Oh, okay. He left me alone. Guess he listened. Am I even going the right way? Oh, whoa. How did I get every cutscene? I guess whatever cutscene plays at the end. I hope it's do the Breath of the Wild thing where you can't actually mark everything off because once you beat the game, it stops.
Mm-hmm.
That would be frustrating. Here it is. Oh. Eh. So, I am in the wrong place. But then... Okay, I got mixed up. I'm kind of sorta slightly cheating. Is this the right place? I don't think it is. Wait. It is. Never mind. We do a little cheating. Oof. Don't drown. There we go. I don't want to be like that bad guy. He drowned.
Who is Ben?
That guy who drowned. That's just his last name, Drown. Nice to meet you. I'm Ben. Ben Drown.
Right, forgot, you're a bot.
I'm a bot? What? Is this some kind of insult? You call me an NPC? You bot.
Cool story. Anyways, I'm calling damage per second. You picked a bad time to mess with me, kid.
Oh, you're reading the clever bot?
No, you're the bot. I'm calling my monk. I don't know what DPS stands for in this context. I'm reading a story.
Damage per second. Maybe. How many times did I teach you this lesson, old
Department
man?
of Public Safety. I'm not calling them. It's kind of a shame that that story starts off with like some pretty big cliches that have only gotten worse with imitators. Because that story does like pull some interesting tricks.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what?
There's a really neat plot twist at the end.
What is it? I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with the whole story. I think.
It's the stuff about the guy's roommate.
His roommate was Ben.
No.
I guess I don't remember. Or never knew. But I feel like I... Who's this dude? Dang it. I mean, how long is it being written?
A few months.
Wasn't it like in parts, and the first part was
Yeah.
like... Was it meant to... Was it supposed to be like a one-off thing, or...?
No.
So it was always meant to be multi-part.
Yeah. There were 5 posts over the course of a week.
Oh. Doing this right? But it takes any damage.
Maybe you just like read the first post then, or I don't know.
I remember like the video parts and stuff.
Mhm.
I remember a bunch of people believing it at a certain point. There were a bunch of people that were like, I think this is fake because the guy's clearly just cartridge tilting. So for a while I legitimately thought that's what it was. I literally thought he like
No.
cartridge tilted and then like wrote the story around it. But like if you go back and watch that, it's like this is not cartridge tilted.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I was young.
A lot of creepypastas don't hold up that well, but I think it's still worthwhile if you can get past like how cliche the start is, but it also kind of built those cliches.
Was it like from 2012 or 11?
Yeah, one of those 2 years probably. Let me scroll back up. 2010.
Ouch. Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard to blame it for. I met an old guy at a
Yeah.
garage sale and he gave me a creepy video game. And once you get past like the second post, it kind of gets around the lol, if your game's so scary, why don't you just turn it off?
Oh, there we go. Good to know.
But I will say, like, a lot of the stuff that came after the original story isn't as interesting.
What do you mean?
There's
You
like,
mean like a sequel?
it was like a sequel, an ARG, a couple of things that went with it. And it just gets kind of convoluted.
Things do love to get convoluted. This game is massive. That was Bryoctrax. Gloom Torox. Didn't mean to ask that.
There was a whole thing about like a fake moon cult he came up with a fake website.
A fake moon?
Moon cult.
Moon cult.
Hmm.
I see.
And they were all in the cartridge or something. I don't remember. Like the leader of the cult was the masked salesman or something, who also had his own spin-off YouTube channel. Oh wait, sorry, it wasn't a YouTube channel. It was just a post on some website where he would do ARG stuff.
The mask salesman himself?
Yeah,
Amazing.
known as Kelbris.
Sounds familiar for some reason. But then again, a lot of stuff I've been familiar with sounds familiar for some reason.
There are 3 story arcs. They're called arcs. You got the Haunted Cartridge arc, the Moon Children arc, and the Awakening arc.
No, it's like Link. It's like Link when Link awakened.
Yeah. And there's a thing about how the story arc, the third one is like, what was it? I think they were like,
Aliens in the
no,
cartridge from the moon.
not that, but it is something like
The
on
moon.
a similar level of like, what's going on? Why?
The moon was
I
in
think
the
they're in a
cartridge.
simulation or something, and like the
Oh, and go
apocalypse has
Dragon
happened.
Quest.
I could be wrong, but I think
So
it was like Fate Extra.
they hid out in the cartridge to survive the apocalypse, and the apocalypse happens. And they escape the cartridge. They're like, huh, we were fine. We were in our cartridge bunker.
No, the evil guy was in the cartridge, and the final person to play the cartridge had to play as Link and go beat up Majora, except for like they died, so a second person came in and beat the story.
The moon was shrunken down and put inside the
Mhm.
cartridge by Gru. That's what happens in that movie, right? I don't remember. I think they shrink it.
Yeah, they shrink the moon. You take
Why
the
again?
moon
He
and
just
you take
wanted
the
to do.
moon.
You just want to do something really evil or something. I don't remember.
It's because he's like, I haven't seen this movie since like it came out, but if I remember, I think it was that his dad viewed him as a disappointment, and he like tried to steal something. He's like, candy bar, that's petty theft.
I don't even
So he
remember
made it his
having
life's
a dad.
mission to steal the moon because it's the biggest thing you could steal or something.
I mean, not wrong. You could steal the galaxy.
I could be wrong. That's just what I remember. Like many years later.
Sounds about right. I might be cheating again.
But no, I'm pretty sure he didn't have any motivation to steal the moon beyond he wanted to be the biggest thief, because he was in like a legal he was in like the League of Evil, and they were one
Yeah.
upping each other. He's like, oh,
How soon? How close to Mega Mind did that come out during? Is that a coincidence? That could have been a coincidence.
um,
That they were making movies with like super villains as the protagonists.
Despicable Me was 2010. They were both 2010.
Sounds like somebody got some insider info. It was like, hey man, DreamWorks is gonna make this.
Oh, Despicable Me was
Isn't
first.
isn't that what happened with Madagascar? Disney
I
made like
don't
some
know.
Disney made like some weird Madagascar, and it was because someone on the inside like heard DreamWorks was gonna make some movie like that, and they were like, oh shoot, we gotta compete. Either that or
I
the other
don't
way
remember
around.
the
But
specifics, but I remember hearing about the funny arguments over A Bug's Life and ants.
I'm pretty sure those are pretty far apart. But yeah, I did always view Ants as like copying it.
Well, it's more like there was a bunch of people who worked at Disney who went to DreamWorks and vice versa, and there was like they were trying to
Wait,
like
Ants was 1998?
yeah. Both were
Never
the
mind,
same
they were the
year.
same year. Actually, Ants came
Yeah.
out first. What on earth? Yeah, there's definitely like some insider stuff going on where they
hmm
catch wind that they're gonna make a certain type of movie and they. But why does it look so much? Okay, I wouldn't say it looks better, but weird. I thought it was like 10 years later, like 2005 or something.
Do you know about Katzenberg and Eisner?
Um, Bob?
No, Michael Eisner.
Isn't Michael? Isn't like Michael another name for Bob? I'm thinking of Robert.
No,
I'm really
no,
tired.
you're thinking of Bob Iger.
No, but I thought I'm never mind. I'm thinking of Robert as
Okay.
the other name for Bob. I think. I thought Michael also was a different name for. I remember there being an incredibly disturbing scene in Ants. I don't remember if it's disturbing for like a 7-year-old or disturbing like actually disturbing. And I don't even remember what it was. I just remember like that's about it. Just remember like something being like, huh, I don't like that.
So basically,
Pretty sure it involved death.
Katzenberg.
Katzenberg.
Yeah, he was a big guy at Disney. But he kept getting in fights with Eisner, who was CEO at the time.
Verbal fights or like they're beating each other up in the office.
You know, legends say both, but
Really?
probably verbal. These two were like known rivals who like actively hated each other, to the point where like Katzenberg. Katzenberg is he was he worked on like a lot of like Renaissance era stuff.
Wow, he's that old? Not right.
No. He was like a chairman, like one of the big producers at Disney for a while. And basically, wait, I'm trying to remember. Was he? I think he like was CEO of Disney for a bit. regardless, he basically left Disney to co-found DreamWorks. And the reason why Ants and A Bug's Life was so close to each other is because, like, he's like, screw you, I'm taking Ants with me. Except for Ants became A Bug's Life, so it's like a ship of Theseus sort of thing.
Just, you know what, just kill. Just kill. Well, when I look it up, a lot of people talk about traumatizing scenes in Ants.
Wait, this is gonna sound dumb, but are you thinking of Ants or Ant Bully?
Not Ants. With
Okay.
a Z.
Do you remember Ant Bully?
Yeah, I think I saw that too.
That one was obviously a few years later, 2006. I vaguely remember watching this many years ago, and it's like, what a weird.
Someone gets decapitated in Ants? Someone gets incinerated by a magnifying glass?
That also happens in Ant Bully. The start of the movie is him like using the magnifying glass on
Yeah.
ants, and then they like turn him ant-sized, and they're like, "We'll see how you like the magnifying glass."
And they kill him with the magnifying glass. I don't know how that would work. What the? That's not fair. Okay, I guess those are just gone now. Cool.
Is this spoilers?
Kinda.
No.
It's not, I mean, it's optional, but.
Okay.
What?
I felt like I should get around to watching some modern Kamen Rider. So I watched a couple episodes of Forza. You know, in like Sam Raimi Spider-Man, like the high school scenes in the first one where he's like patching food on trays and making Flash Thompson look like an idiot and stuff.
Yeah.
This series has like the tone of that with a little bit of JoJo Part 4 mixed in.
But
Well, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the main guy in Forza, I forget his name. I'll just call him Forza, Common Rider Forza, because that's him. I'm pretty sure he's, like, based on the same stereotypes as, like, Josuke from JoJo Part 4. But it's fun.
which Kamen Rider?
Forza.
When was that?
2011, I believe. It was like right after the it was right after the Tohoku earthquakes and all the terrible stuff that went on with that. So they were like, we need to do a funny, lighthearted season of Kamen Rider.
Fair. What the heck do I do?
Wait, is that ice or force field?
It's like a Cryonis
Okay.
shield tank.
Wait, so do they just have shield?
Shoot. The Yiga are like they're the Sheikah people that
Yeah.
that's what the symbols said.
I remember who the Yiga were, but I wasn't sure if they had like the technology.
I don't really know what to do. I'm clueless. Oh wait.
Can he use God Hand on it? Can he wiggle his arms off?
Nah, shoot. You're right. Yeah, that'd be better. I can't. What the heck? What? Then what do I do? That's the only. Thought that would have worked. What? I don't get it.
Does he have a weak point on his back when he's down? Like a little thing you can do?
I'm dead. Um, I have no clue. I'm stumped. Okay, that won't work for some reason. Why did that? Shoot. Ah, okay, so it has to be the top. Well, oh, it actually. I probably shouldn't have done that. this cancel his attack? Nope. Kind of. Do your attack. Finally. Just Team Rocket himself. He even called me twerp. It's probably intentional.
You know, sometimes I think about if I should get a self-defense weapon, or if that would be too much power. You know,
What?
it's like you know, if someone breaks in, they might be prepared for a gun, but they're not prepared for the yaoi paddle. And it's like, is that something you're supposed to buy, or are you supposed to like craft it
Creative.
yourself?
I think they would like sell them at cons, right?
They used to a
Well,
decade
yeah,
ago.
now they.
they
That's why it said past tense.
yeah. There used to be a like one main company, but they discontinued them long ago.
Like there was a company.
Hmm. I decided to look on eBay for yaoi paddle, and it's just a bunch of manga.
You just make your own.
I didn't know you could sell some of the stuff on eBay, to be honest.
But I actually don't know the eBay guidelines.
Yeah, I thought there would be like.
Oh, that was close. Oh, I see. That's genius, actually.
This might just be me being naive, but I didn't think you could sell adult materials on eBay, but I guess so.
Oh.
Oh.
Mm. Mm.
Mhm. Oh.
Oh wow, something else I did that order.
Ah. Oh. Mm.
I see. So you're probably supposed to do this. Yeah, you're supposed to do this first. Man, I got these all jumbled.
I'm honestly still not sure if I like Forze's outfit.
Forza.
Common Rider Forze.
Forza. Oh, Forza.
Yeah. Oh.
So you know how Common Rider heads are usually supposed to look, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about him?
Hold up. Oh. I mean, he looks fine, except for maybe the pointy hit.
The head is a rocket ship.
Oh, that's why it's pointy.
I don't know, it's just like... I'm not sure if it's cool or dumb. I don't know.
Did it ever blast off?
Yeah. He
Oh.
does a thing where he, well, no, he puts a rocket on his arm and a drill on his foot, so he, like, flies into the air, and then points the rocket down, and then that turns into a rider kick.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I'm not experienced with Rider, but I wonder if that was like partially inspired by the kick from Die Buster. Where like rockets push her down. Although smaller rockets than that.
I remember this place from Breath of the Wild. This makes more sense now. With new context. Ouch. Where is he? Oh.
Mm. Ah. Ah. Hmm? Mm. Huh? Oh. Ah.
Ooh. probably just seen that, maybe? Well, that would have been nice. When I still needed it.
Oh. Ah. Mm. Mm. Oh.
Eh?
Ah.
Ah. Hey.
actually did like practically nothing here, Breathlong. I think you're supposed to like build it. Oops. Well, I guess Past Link did build it. It's neat though.
Ah. Ah. Mm. Oh. Ah.
Oh yeah, I have the shrine marked because you can kind of like farm charges from there, I guess. Until you complete it, you can't. So I'm too spooked to complete it. I want to get rid of that resource. I was gonna do one of these maze things, but actually I could probably do one next time. Considering
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm just talking.
Okay.
This probably doesn't go here. That might be it. Well, guess I'll beat it next time. It'll be 10 streams. 10 very long streams. Yep, that's all. Until then.